So you just speak to this microphone.
Okay.
It should be.
Shall I start?
It should be. Oh, no, I will
Okay,
introduce
got it.
you.
And
Okay.
it's easier if I sit?
Whatever suits you, but then
Okay.
you need to take this microphone,
Okay.
turn it on, and you can walk, and hopefully camera will catch you.
I think I'll just sit and hopefully we'll get through.
Okay.
Great.
So, should I use microphone as well? Okay. Okay. Welcome everyone. It's my pleasure to host this panel, and sorry for the delay. We waited for one of the speaker, but he won't manage to come here, Piotr Biłgorajski. So the next, I think it's the next talk. But now we're gonna hear Christopher Oldfield, a philosopher from King's College London and Trinity College Cambridge. As he states, as he describes himself, he's a research associate of the Faraday Institute of the Science and Religion, and he works on foundational questions in the logic of scientific metaphysics, with a special interest in the history and interpretations of physicalism. And his talk today is entitled Naturalism Without Content, where Plantinga's conflict actually lies. So, Chris, still we have slight delay, but one speaker won't manage to come here. So feel free to use all 20 minutes, and then we can have 10 minutes for the questions. Then we're gonna have the second talk, and then still there will be also room for some more general questions. Okay, just for the participants, if you would like to ask questions, just please come here, take this microphone, and ask your question. You can stand here and listen to the answer, or you can go back to your place, whatever suits you. And the same applies to our WebEx participants online. Just raise your hand, your virtual hand, and I will see it, and I will ask you to ask your question in the right moment. Okay? So you use this.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you, and thank you for coming. Thank you for bearing with me as I got the slides ready in the nick of time. My name's Chris, and do I need to speak a bit more closely? Sorry. Thank you for the organisers of this conference. It's a great joy to be here. What I want to do in this paper is really very simple. You can say simple things in more and more complicated ways, but what I'm trying to do is to dissuade people from entertaining the thought, which Alvin Plantinga has generated, that there is a conflict between a thing called science and a thing called naturalism. My argument is going to be that there is, and there can be, no content to naturalism. There's no such thing as naturalism, or anything like naturalism, as Plantinga would have us believe. That's it, really. But here's where I'm going. So towards the end of his 2011 book, Where the Conflict Really Lies, Alvin Plantinga, the American great philosopher, to whom I'm enormously indebted in so many ways, towards the end of that book, there's a part 4, the deep conflict part. He offered arguments in support of his overall claim that there is a, quote, deep conflict between naturalism and one of the most important claims of current science. So as he says, as I argue in this chapter, they are mistaken. One cannot rationally accept both naturalism and current evolutionary theory. That combination of beliefs is self-defeating. But then there is a deep conflict between naturalism and one of the most important claims of current science. And to give a sense of where I'm heading, I agree that one cannot rationally accept both naturalism and one of the claims of current science, because I don't think that naturalism and one of the claims of current science is a combination of beliefs. My overall concern in this paper is to show precisely that and precisely why Plantinga's argument for the claim of, quote, deep conflict is misleading. Indeed, to quote J.L. Austin, I don't really think it's wrong at all, in the sense of not questioning the formal validity of this argument or the epistemological machinery that generates it. I'm not going to question any of the stuff about defeat and defeaters and whether all of that. My claim is not even going to be with respect to the current science of evolutionary theory, right? There's no such thing as the theory of evolution. There's many evolutionary theories of evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology. The evolution of cars and stars are very different things. But I'm not going to get into the current science of evolutionary theories. My claim is that this is a misleading argument with respect to its object. It's an argument against naturalism, and I'm saying there's no such thing. Now, importantly for Plantinga, what matters here is that he doesn't take naturalism to be a view about what there is. He takes it to be a view about what there isn't, right? In fact, he takes it to be a potentially infinite disjunction of negative existential thoughts and beliefs about what there isn't. And all of them have to do with God, God among other things. Here's the claim. I take naturalism to be the thought that there is no such person as God or anything like God. Naturalism, therefore, is stronger than atheism. He says you can be an atheist without rising to the full heights or sinking to the lowest depths of naturalism, but you can't be a naturalist without being an atheist. Now, my claim is you can't be a naturalist. Right? No one can be, because there's no such thought, there's no such thing, there's no content. For every single one of the negative existential thoughts and beliefs which Plantinga ascribes to his naturalist interlocutors, and I'm going to show you he must ascribe them in order to generate the sense of a deep conflict, all of them lack positive propositional content to begin with, and that, so I'm going to argue, is precisely why and where Plantinga's deep conflict actually lies. The cardinal difficulty, and for those who know the history, I'm using that phrase advisedly from the great Elizabeth Anscombe's 1981 response to an ancestor of Lewis's argument. The cardinal difficulty is that no one ever has been or ever shall be a naturalist in Plantinga's negative way of thinking. And here's my reason, because it lacks content. There is no such thing, there can be no such thing as naturalism or anything like naturalism as Plantinga conceives the thought. And that's because, and this is quoting Plantinga, of the vagueness of the concept of naturalism. According to naturalism, there isn't anything like God. But here's the problem. Everything is like God in some respect. Now, the vagueness here is one word for many things. If you know, Kit Fine distinguished many types of vagueness. In 1975, Fine said, let's say roughly what I mean by vagueness. I'm taking it to be a semantic notion. Very roughly, what I mean is deficiency of meaning. But there's other things that vagueness can mean. The kind of vagueness I'm pressing against Plantinga's concept of naturalism is a deficiency of content. Other concepts of naturalism might be vague in these and other respects, but the vagueness of Plantinga's concept, he introduces it purely for the sake of argument. I'm going to show you that no one actually has this view. Concerns the deficiency of content. Naturalism lacks content. It doesn't concern the ambiguity of its meaning, like the meaning of predicates like is physical or is natural, whatever the heck that's supposed to mean, or the undecidability of its falsity. In fact, what I'm going to show you is it can't possibly be false. And this is really important. Moreover, I'm going to show and argue that the cardinal difficulty that I'm pressing arises as a feature, and not a bug, which could be fixed, of Plantinga's positive ways of thinking about the existence and the nature and the necessity of God, among other things. The mere possibility of giving content to naturalism is going to be occluded, I'm going to say, by Plantinga's actualist account of giving the semantics of negative existential claims as such. What's a negative existential? It's a claim about what there isn't. Now, in his book, The Nature of Necessity, Plantinga in chapter 7 and 8 gave an account of how to give the semantics of negative existential terms in terms of saying properties. So he said, like, nothing satisfies the property of bovinity is how you would say there are no cows, if there were no cows. And I'm going to show from what Plantinga has written, in other words, and not from the vagueness of predicates about natural, why the complex conjunction of negative existential thoughts and beliefs, which Plantinga ascribes purely for the sake of his argument and must ascribe in order to generate the sense of a conflict, lack positive propositional content to begin with. There never was any such thing, and there is no way of giving the content to that claim. Now, if I'm right, then we must humbly accept Plantinga's conclusion. One cannot rationally accept naturalism and current science. But if I'm right, you can follow Plantinga's argument from beginning to end without seeing what Anscombe called the depth of the problem. You could phrase it in the form of a question Bill Elston asked: what is naturalism that we should be mindful of it? What is believed or supposed to be unacceptable? What can be believed or held to be unacceptable if naturalism lacks content to begin with? Of those few philosophers who pretend to own or entertain the negative existential thoughts or beliefs which Plantinga ascribes to his interlocutors, I'm going to say we should regretfully agree with St. Augustine that though loquacious in their verbosity, they have nothing to say. Okay, so here's where I'm going to go. First, I'm going to just reconstruct this claim of deep conflict. It's a complex claim, actually. Plantinga's overall claim is that there's a superficial conflict but deep concord between science and naturalism, and a superficial conflict but deep concord between science and theistic religion. Now, in this paper, I'm not going to question any of Plantinga's positive propositional ways of thinking about, quote, science and theistic religion or science and theistic belief. He takes them to be the same thing. I actually think that's a profound mistake. But for the sake of this argument, I'm just going to accept all of Plantinga's positive propositional ways of thinking about science and theistic belief. My goal in this paper is to show what's lacking in Plantinga's negative or oppositional way of thinking about, quote, science and naturalism, to the effect of showing that the argument is misleading because naturalism and one of the claims of current science, no matter what it is not a combination of beliefs. It will suffice for my purposes that there are some cows. Right? That could be the claim. As soon as a little content is given to science, and I grant that he gives a little thought to science, no thought is given to naturalism. That's my claim. Now, what about the argument? What this means is we can ignore all disputes about how many conflicts there are, however many theses there might be among the many true or false positive claims of science and theistic belief, right? In my reading of where the conflict really lies, nothing was ever intended to hang on the use of an indefinite article, right? The conditional possibility of the claim of deep conflict, and indeed every premise for Plantinga's argument, as we're going to see, is predicated on the complex conjunction of an epistemically acceptable claim, E, with the content, the additional content, N, of a metaphysical belief, a complex metaphysical belief, N and E, that is not entailed by E. Now, that's quite a mouthful, right? So bear in mind. You can formalize it as follows using some Bayesian or probabilistic jiggery-pokery. But like I say, don't worry about the details. R is the proposition, so R is a proposition, that's fine. It's a proposition that our cognitive faculties are reliable. You can cash that out in many ways. Point is, it's got some content. N is naturalism, and E is a proposition that we and our cognitive faculties have come to be in the way proposed by the contemporary scientific theory of evolution, whatever that might be, right? And P of blank given blank is a shorthand for the probability of blank given blank, okay? Did you spot it? It's just a word. R is a proposition, E is a proposition, naturalism is not. It's just a word. Now, having mentioned R, let me just say that the existence, function, or reliability of a faculty for producing metaphysical beliefs is not at issue in my paper. However, we might come to believe and accept and rejoice in such things as metaphysical beliefs is not my concern. Also, it's worth saying that in some versions of his argument, he ties E, the evolutionary theory, to a particularly mechanistic view of evolution, which there's no need to do that. In fact, in his official version, he doesn't make that kind of commitment. Okay, so if you're familiar with kind of extended embodied inactive organicist theories that are maybe less mechanistic, don't worry. And in his 1993 book, Warrant and Proper Function, the probability at issue is a much more complex one. It's the probability of P of R given N and E and C, where C is an even more complex proposition whose precise formulation is difficult and unnecessary, thank God, but which states what cognitive faculties we have and what sorts of beliefs we produce. Now, whatever sense can be made of our cognitive faculties in C, I'm just going to ignore all of that for the sake of showing what's lacking in Plantinga's argument against naturalism N, okay? It claims that N lacks content irrespective of E, R, and C. The one thing we must grasp is dialectically essential for understanding Plantinga's argument, and also for Daniel Dennett and Plantinga's dialectical or positional stance on this issue, that E does not entail N. That's absolutely crucial. So whatever the theory is, you've got the scientific theory on the one hand and the metaphysical add-on on the other. That's a striking point of agreement, actually, between Dennett and Plantinga, even if, as Dennett thinks also as a practical or theoretical goal, naturalism were also tacitly assumed throughout scientific inquiry in courts of law, reputable courts of law, he says. Even if that was true, right, it's irrelevant to the argument, right? It's an additional claim. And notice that it's completely consistent, by the way, with Daniel Dennett's saying that naturalism is tacitly assumed, that nothing is tacitly assumed. So I actually agree with Dennett on this. But I think that Dennett was thinking of naturalism as a practical or theoretical goal rather than as the content of a metaphysical belief. If anyone doesn't think there are such things as metaphysical beliefs, it's Daniel Dennett. Okay, so here's a couple of questionable metaphilosophical assumptions. Again, I'm not going to get into the weeds here, but many philosophers have denied that naturalism is a metaphysical belief. Right? I'm one of them. I'm going to argue that it isn't. And some have argued, moreover, that to identify naturalism with the content of a metaphysical belief is to participate in a metaphilosophical error. I'm also one of these philosophers. I think this is a profound mistake. I'm trying to develop a view I call the activity view, according to which what's at stake in naturalism is the spirit of an activity, not the content of a theory, right? But I'm not going to impute my views, metaphilosophical views, to Plantinga, okay? That's not the mistake he's making, although it's more grist to my mill if I can show that it lacks content in his way of thinking. What else could it be? Right? Naturalism could function as a quasi-religion, but not as Plantinga would have us believe. That would be my conclusion. There's also a philosophy of science worry. I'm a Van Fraassen fanboy, right? So I'm a constructive empiricist about the scientific image. And there are philosophers who deny that current science ought to be believed, right? Van Fraassen and so on. And some have argued, moreover, that to identify the content of a scientific theory with the intentional object of a belief is just a meta-scientific error. And I agree, right? But again, that's all in the weeds. We don't need to get into any of that. All that we need is some content for E to show that there's no content can be given to N. That's my claim. Okay, so the argument, since Plantinga first introduced an argument, an evolutionary argument against naturalism in 1991, the argument's actually developed in stages and been revised in many ways in response to various friends and critics of the argument. In its official and final version, at least what he hopes was the official final version, the argument is formally valid, and it has 4 premises, right? And here's the point. As long as you've got any premise that involves the conditional probability of N and E, or even a belief in N and E, you're going to have a problem because there's no such thing, right? In fact, it's really, really important here to note that this argument is not an argument for the claim that naturalism and evolution are a conjunction of false beliefs. It's really important. In fact, here's a little proof. Suppose for reductio that naturalism were a false belief, i.e. suppose that it was known or held to be true that in probabilistic terms the probability of N was equal to 0. Well, hold on, by Kolmogorov's axioms of conditional probability, the formula for conditional probability P of A given B is only defined when the P of B is greater than 0. Right? I mean, maybe that's contentious, but that's my understanding. And so if you've got P of N equaling 0, then anything involving P of N is going to be 0. And so if P of N and E is no greater than 0, then the conditional formula in the probability would be 0 over 0, which is undefined, right? It would have no value at all according to the axioms of conditional probability. Right? This matters, folks. However you're going to take the probabilities involved, whether objective subjective or epistemic credence functions. It matters that the conditional probability formula is going to have no value at all. Note, not some vague range of values in the range 0 to 1, not any high or low value, not some low or inscrutable value, no value, and certainly not zero value. Now why does this matter? It matters because Plantinga himself is quite misleading here. Notice what he says, my quarrel is not with the scientific theory of evolution. Good. Neither is mine. Nor is it an argument for the conclusion that unguided evolution could not produce creatures with reliable belief-forming faculties. Fine. I very much doubt that it could, he says, but that it couldn't is neither a premise nor a conclusion of my argument. That's really important. Still further, my argument will not be for the conclusion that naturalism is false, although of course I believe that it is. Now just a minute. If naturalism is false, no argument would be required, and in fact if naturalism was false, the first premise would be false. Right? What I will argue, so that's misleading, because if naturalism was false, if the P of n was 0, the argument wouldn't go through. Right? What I will argue, he says, is that naturalism in conflict with evolution, a main pillar of contemporary science, that's misleading. The conflict in question is not that they can't both be true, I agree. The conflict is not that there's a contradiction between them, I also agree. The conflict is rather that one can't sensibly accept them both, I also agree. I mean to argue that one can't sensibly believe both naturalism and, right, I agree. But my concern is with what is supposed to follow. If my argument is accepted, what follows is that there is a deep and serious conflict between science and naturalism. My concern is with his prior assumption of naturalism's falsity, it can't be, and with his supposition of what would follow, that there's a conflict between this thing called science and this thing called naturalism. Okay, so what is the view supposed to be? I should speed up.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, all right. I'll cut to the point. Naturalism is one word for many things, and we can go to this in the Q&A. Nobody in the literature defines naturalism in Plantinga's way. These are the most prominent philosophical naturalists of Plantinga's generation. Few of them take naturalism to be a claim about what there is. None of them take naturalism to be a claim about what there isn't. That's my strong claim. Certainly not Plantinga's claim. The two closest were Armstrong and Nielsen, but they have a whole mix. We can get into that. Some are prescriptive claims about how we should do things. Some are epistemological claims about how we can know things. Very few of them are metaphysical claims about what there is, and the implications for what there isn't are just not there. In fact, if you were tracing a historical genealogy, you may wonder whose naturalism is supposed to be the target of the argument. In 1993, Plantinga is almost nonchalant. It isn't easy to say, but maybe we don't need to. Here's a couple of people. Now, with all due respect to these great fellows' views with respect to, quote, the God of traditional theism, that's irrelevant to the issue of Plantinga's argument. Remember, the issue is a conditional probability, and the probability can have no value if no value can be given for n. For the sake of argument, Plantinga sometimes takes naturalism to include materialism, and I'm just going to show why all of his attempts to add content by including materialism are neither necessary nor sufficient to generate the conflict. He sometimes says taking naturalism to include materialism with respect to human beings. Now, it's not clear why he needs to do that, but in fact, it's irrelevant to the argument. We can get into that. Now, from my perspective, it's clear why he needs to take naturalism to include some positive content to generate some thoughts. But from his perspective, it's not clear why he does it. Sometimes it sounds like he's mind-reading these imaginary naturalists. Yeah. And if it were truly an implication of naturalism or even materialism with respect to human beings, that beliefs are events, which is what he thinks it implies, then anyone who doubts the beliefs are neural events, right? For a whole host of materialists I can think of who doubt that, would just deny the antecedent materialism. But of course it isn't a consequence of materialism, even with respect to human beings, the beliefs are events. So Plantinga is well aware of wide content, an externalism about content and embodied cognition. He says, I'm just ignoring that. Nothing in my argument hinges on that omission. And he's right. Nothing hinges on materialism at all. Now, here's the real problem. The vagueness of naturalism, right? I'm going to go over by about 2 minutes. I'm sorry about that. Here's the problem. In his 1983 essay, he asked the question, what exactly is a theistic belief? He says it's to make an existential assertion, to answer the ontological question, what is there? Now, if I ever thought that there was only one question that deserved to be called the ontological question, and I took that question to be Quine's question, what is there? Then I would call the question, what isn't there, the negative ontological question. Now, whatever others have said, the ontological problem, which Quine saw could be applied to all sorts of ontological questions, is that the question, what is there, needs to be reformulated, right? Reformed philosophy in order to make the disagreements explicit. We look to bound variables, Quine says, not to know what there is or isn't, but to know what someone's saying there is or isn't. Amen to that, Quine. So we could formalize the complex conjunction of negative existential thoughts that Plantinga takes naturalism to be as a complex conjunction of N1 and N2. N1 is atheism, N2 is stronger than atheism. I'm using the predicate G to be a monadic predicate for one of the properties of God. Whatever you take divinity to be, that'll be G. And I'm using the monadic predicate letter F to express one of the properties of God. If you're a believer in divine simplicity, you might think there is only one property of God, right? You might say that fx is gx. Here, I'll cut to the chase. All you're going to need is for any attribute of God, you're going to be able to find something that is like that in some way. So suppose that God exists, right? Or that God is supposed to exist. Then anything that, or suppose that God is self-identical, right? Then anything that is self-identical is going to be like God in some way. Suppose that God is omniscient, right? Such that Lady Wisdom, she knows all truths, she believes nothing false. Well, then something that believes nothing false, say a rock, has no false beliefs. It's going to be like God in at least some respect of having no false beliefs. Suppose God is supposed to have the property of numinosity, or being such that our concepts don't apply to it. Then any merely possible being such that our concepts don't apply to it would be like God in some respect. Suppose that God is supposed to have the property of necessary existence, being such that it exists in all possible worlds. Then everything with the property of necessary existence will be like God in some respect. The problem is going to be that everything is going to be like God in some respect. Now, why does this matter? It matters that, for Plantinga's argument, there'll be no way of cashing out the claim, which makes sense in any possible world. Why does this affect Plantinga's reasoning? Well, he says, consider a hypothetical species that is cognitively a lot like us. Members of this species hold beliefs, make inferences, change beliefs, and the like. And let's suppose that naturalism holds for them. I'm saying you can't. If they've got beliefs, then they're going to be like God in some respect. So it's an impossible thought experiment. So I'm just going to cut to the end. Naturalism lacks content. That's where the conflict actually lies. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chris, for this intriguing presentation. Now, do we have any questions here on site? Yes, please. Could you please come here? Should I just pass it out? Here, Roger.
Sorry to disturb everybody. Over here somewhere? Yeah, good. So just a small nitpicky kind of question, actually, or objection, actually, but I'll make it a question. So at one point you seem to conflate naturalism being false and the probability of naturalism being zero, but those seem to be like different things, right? So probably n equals 0, that should mean it's certainly false, right? We know, or something like that, we know a priori maybe that it's false, but just being false, you still have a positive probability, right? Is that right?
So would you on an
epistemic... So I flip a coin and we don't see whether it's heads or tails.
So,
right? And I say it's heads,
yeah.
Okay? Now it seems like the probability that it's heads is 50%, but it turns out, oh, it's tails. It was false, right? So it can be false but have a positive probability.
Right. So that's a great comment. So
Yeah.
my
I don't think anything turns on it much, except maybe that one sub-argument.
I basically have a little section on objectivist, epistemic, and subjectivist readings of probability.
Right,
so the claim would be, from an objective probability standpoint, it's 1 or 0.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And for all we know, that might be a measure of subjective credence. Right? My credence function might be 50-50, but if we're subjectivists, right, about the probabilities, then that's a different issue. And of course, you can have something that is false, but not known to be false, and then my epistemic, right, Bayesian.
But don't you think Plantinga is using throughout a kind of epistemic probability, so idealized subjective probability? Or something
I
like
would
that?
like to have some help on that, because Plantinga always says the probabilities we're talking about here are objectivist.
Does he really?
Yeah, he does. But then he has these little footnotes, brackets. You could also, he refers in where the conflict really lies to a chapter 9, I think, of warranted Christian belief. And he says in that book, here's a way you could do it, but he spares the details, where you could work it out in terms of epistemic probability. And at that point, you've really got to get into the weeds of what someone actually thinks.
I see. I suspect that what he meant by saying it's subjective is that there's kind of universal values that they can get because it's some sort of idealized epistemic value, right? Sort of like Carnap, I guess, right? So it's not frequentist or quasi-frequentist or anything like that, or even objective propensity, but rather what would the ideally rational agent think given the available evidence, something like that. That's a suggestion anyway.
Well, so, I mean, thanks, Rob. And I really would like a bit of help on that, so maybe I'll send you the paper. So the thought would be, and I first presented this in 2022 at a Tyndale Fellowship, and I since came across a paper by a guy called Geert Niels, who has written a paper in the International Journal of Philosophy of Religion interpreting Plantinga's probabilities. And he makes the case against an objectivist reading on a different ground to me. So that or at least I think it's a he, I've never met Geert. But the argument goes like this. If naturalism is supposed to entail the falsity of theism, then if you're a theistic believer like Plantinga, you've got to give a probability on objective grounds as 1, or on subjective grounds as 1.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
And both of those are going to be a problem if naturalism is even objectively conceivable. Now my claim is that naturalism isn't objectively conceivable.
Right.
Precisely for the reasons of the semantics that I've gone for. But there's a kind of easy way of going here, which is, all right, suppose Plantinga is right on the necessity of God, then there is no possible world, right, in which naturalism is true. And that's where it'll get into the weeds. But I'd have to read and think more about the probability.
Right, yeah, good point.
But thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Carl, please. Could you please come just to make yourself visible to those who watch us on YouTube and those who watch us via WebEx? So just please come here.
Sure, thank you for a very interesting presentation there.
That's a relief.
Put my glasses on. Is that right?
Got away with it.
A couple of things really. The what I would call the empty propositions account, your account of naturalism, that taken at face value as a set of propositional claims or as a theory where we understand a theory itself as constituted by its propositional content rather than some sort of social practice, let's say. One thing, that reminds me of a kind of critique of existentialism that was put forward, particularly in the 1950s, I think, by some Catholic thinkers or thinkers sympathetic to Catholic metaphysics, who said, well, existentialism denies, is founded on essentially just negative existential claims about the absence of anything that we could understand in terms of metaphysical modalities. So there's no metaphysical necessity in the world, there's no such thing as human nature or whatever, and therefore we then proceed in the manner of, say, Heidegger or Sartre or something. Okay. And the critique of that from these people is to say, well, you can't found a position on just negative existential claims. You've got to have something positive to say, and it's against the background of that those negative existential claims can be taken to be meaningful. If you don't do that, they're either nonsense, if you're, let's say, a Wittgensteinian, or just empty propositions, whatever you want to say. Yeah? And I think that's a very interesting and actually potent, powerful critique. But it does actually also find a kind of response. Now, I don't want to say that this response is correct, but I do think it needs to be taken seriously. And you see this within the domain of different competing interpretations of Wittgenstein in the kind of current that's sometimes referred to as the new Wittgenstein current. So what the new Wittgenstein current says is, I wouldn't take him as the central example. I think there's different people, different variants. I think the main figures here would be James Conant and Cora Diamond, and people who either are influenced by them or have influenced them, like Stanley Cavell, or other people who just happen to have moved in that direction for other reasons, let's say. Okay? And that says that, well, no, the denial of metaphysical commitment as a starting point simply proceeds as an expression of an ethical stance. Think also of someone like Levinas. And in the case of Wittgenstein, of course, that's to do with how we approach language. And the way to approach language is that we start from an ethical commitment of engaging with other human beings in some way, and we can't begin to do that if we already have in place some framework of metaphysical commitment. So it's an ethical stance rather than a metaphysical stance, a negative, which would have to be expressed purely in negative existential commitments, that they're a kind of meta-metaphysical stance. It's not even a meta-metaphysical stance, denying metaphysics for second-order metaphysical reasons. It's a purely ethical stance. Okay? Now, the thing is, of course, you can then take that up another step in the hierarchy, if you like, and say, well, does that itself carry implicit negative existential commitments that are hidden in there in your understanding of what it means for that to be an ethical commitment? Okay, so I think, I'm not saying that's the correct position. I'm just saying there are interesting complexities here that you might like to consider. Okay, and of course it does raise the question, which I think Wittgensteins think about a lot, which is one right to treat naturalism as something to be argued against, or as something to be simply ignored? Now, I'm a Wittgensteinian to the extent that I think that the more nuanced Wittgensteinian position, which avoids some of these problems, it avoids the excesses, I think, of the new Wittgensteinian position, actually. And also some of the other potential problems with the other position I mentioned is you just ignore it. Life goes on, philosophy goes on, and you just ignore this kind of naturalism, which is an attempt to cash out scientism as a philosophical position. At the same time, I think the other side of that coin is to recognize that there is a historical source for the temptation to think of scientism as a kind of philosophical position with genuine content. I think of someone like Collingwood with his book, The Idea of Nature, where he's saying, well, look, if metaphysics, ancient metaphysics, evolved out of a dialogue with what we would call natural science, a kind of natural science. Of course, not the post-Enlightenment or post-Enlightenment variant of natural science, but it is a kind of natural science oriented towards ideals of some sort of epistemic ideals of empirical discoverability and so on. That is part of the history of metaphysics, whether you like it or not. He would characterize that in his sort of loosely Hegelian historicistic way as a historical dialectic. I think that's not a perspicuous term to use about anything very much, but I think he's in the right ballpark when he says that from the very beginning there is some sort of meaningful interaction going on which connects metaphysics with natural science. And the kind of thinking that's implicit in natural science, maybe some presuppositions, some methodological presuppositions, some kind of spirit, if we want to say, a spirit of inquiry. And giving this crossover a name in the form of naturalism is misleading. It's naming something, implying the existence of something. Oh, it has a name, therefore it exists. No, but it actually, nevertheless, could be a pointer to something that is important in terms of the genealogy, the historical origins of what we're dealing with, taken in the round, I would say. Yep.
What can I say but amen to that? I'm extremely sympathetic to Bas van Frassen's account of the empirical stance and false consciousness in philosophy. But I would say that part of what I'm doing in this project is to ground clear, because if you say that, oh look, people who think there's content to this view are misleading themselves, then they will resolutely deny that. And I think what I'm trying to do is show, without making all those metaphilosophical shifts on its own terms, this isn't the way to think. And I hope that if I'm successful in that, it might shake people out of that way of thinking, and it will help people see each other more clearly and think, okay, what are all these naturalists who don't sign up to this doing? And that would be a, dare I say it, philosophical progress. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We have some time after next speech for some additional discussions, because we learned from the past that discussions are the most important part of the conferences. So we have some extra time after another talk, so we can get back with some more questions to Chris. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Right. It should be Piotr Biłgorajski, but he's not here, so that's why we could extend discussion with Chris. And now we can. Sorry? Okay, I thought I heard something. So now we're going to have a speech by Piotr Bylica. And Piotr is not with us here today, but he's with us online. Piotr, could you just say hello to everybody very briefly? Okay. Let me see, because we can't hear you. That's a shame. Just to make sure we can all hear you. Okay. Yes. No, we didn't. I can hear you here on WebEx only, but we can't hear you here in the room. But
you will enjoy it, and I will try answer your questions. However, the internet connection is quite poor in my home, so we'll see how it would work, because when the discussion I heard before, I heard about 30% what was said. Okay, thank you. So I turn off the microphone and video to make the connection better.
okay, just to avoid any inconvenience, we ask to record the short speech. So I will display it right now, and then we will have some time for questions to Piotr or to Chris. Okay. So, okay. Can we? No, we should hear something, but we don't. Let me see. Zielona Góra, which is Western Poland. And well, he specializes in philosophy of science, nature, religion, or in general, the problem science, religion, and theism, atheism. So he published several extremely interesting works on so-called naturalistic theism. And his talk today is entitled, "In What Sense is Theistic Evolution More Rational Than Naturalistic Evolution?" So as you can see, we stick to the topic. Okay, now so we're gonna kick off with his talk, and then he will answer our questions online.
Welcome everyone. The title of my paper is "In What Sense is Theistic Evolution More Rational Than Naturalistic Evolution?" And my presentation consists of 5 main points. 1. The same set of facts can be accounted for by many mutually incompatible theories. Metaphysical statements are empirical neutral. The empirical data indicating the variability of life on Earth can be interpreted from both a naturalistic and theistic metaphysical perspective. 4. If C.S. Lewis and Alvin Plantinga are right, then our cognitive faculties cannot be considered reliable if one adopts the naturalistic view of evolution. There is no similar problem with the conjunction of theism and evolution. And 5. Logical and philosophical considerations suggest that theistic evolution is a more rational concept than naturalistic evolution. Let's go to some more detailed discussion. As the philosophy of science teaches us, the same set of facts can be accounted for by many different theories which may themselves be mutually incompatible. This conclusion arises, among other things, from the so-called curve-fitting paradox. As we can see in the slide, the same empirical data represented as points can be explained by various theories which are represented by curves, passing through these points. In Gestalt psychology, a situation known as the Gestalt switch is well known. In this situation, the same patterns that appear on the retina are interpreted as different images. The famous example of the rabbit-duck illusion is shown in the slide. In the case of scientific theories, scientists must rely on factors other than empirical ones when aiming to choose one of the possible theories. These are usually methodological and philosophical factors, such as the principle of simplicity, which can be adopted for methodological reasons, for example, due to simpler calculations, or for ontological reasons, for example, due to the belief that the world is fundamentally not complex, chaotic, or in some way simple. The research of philosophers of science such as Ludwig Fleck and later Thomas Kuhn also indicates that scientists' decisions are influenced by socio-cultural factors. In the case of the Gestalt switch, empirical data also do not play a role in determining what we see. Again, extra epistemic factors, which can generally be classified as psychological, social, and cultural, are important. Let's go to the second point. The scope of what scientific theories or disciplines can competently establish about the world through empirical research is quite limited. None of them tell us about everything that exists, nor do they answer questions about why anything exists or whether there is anything beyond the scope of their research, etc. Similarly, no scientific discipline formulates moral judgments. No scientific discipline, therefore, answers philosophical or theological questions. These questions are the domain of philosophy or theology. We are setting aside here the issue of the role of philosophical assumptions in science, although they influence the work of scientists, including the types of explanations they seek or prefer. Being philosophical assumptions, they are precisely that, philosophical assumptions, and not something established empirically. Thus, what scientific disciplines reveal through empirical research can be ordered and explained in various ways using scientific theories. However, the scientific theories themselves can also be understood in different ways from a philosophical perspective. While empirical data alone do not allow us to decide between different scientific theories that aim to explain them, even less so can they be the basis for decisions between metaphysical positions. An important achievement of logical positivism, especially the Vienna Circle, was to draw attention to the empirical neutrality of metaphysical statements. However, a mistake of logical positivism was to assume that since empirical data do not allow for a decision between metaphysical statements, the statements are meaningless. Their mistake was that there is no cognitive valuable way to decide which metaphysical statements should be accepted and which rejected, and that they are irrelevant to science. For the purpose of this presentation, it is important to draw attention to the empirical neutrality of metaphysical statements, but also to the possibility of deciding on the value of metaphysical statements in the terms of their internal coherence and their role in science. Let's go to the third point. The empirical data indicating the variability of life on Earth can be interpreted from both a naturalistic and theistic metaphysical perspective. The same data, due to the curve-fitting paradox and the Gestalt switch, can be ordered and explained by different metaphysical theories. In this sense, they are metaphysically neutral. If so, both the naturalist and the theist can accept the fact of evolution on Earth. However, they will understand this fact differently, assuming different philosophical assumptions. For the naturalist, setting aside here the problem of varieties of naturalisms, to which sometimes even theistic naturalism is included. By naturalism, I mean a materialistic and atheistic position. So for the naturalist, evolution is a blind, mindless, undirected, and in this sense random, completely autonomous process. Man, in this view, is a product of a process that did not intended him. For the theist, evolution is somehow, regardless how, directed, ultimately accounted for by God, understood as a knowing and purposefully acting being. Man is created in the image and likeness of God, where presumably this likeness consists, among other things, in our God's intended ability to know the truth. And here we go to the point 4. While these two metaphysical theories, naturalism and theism, can be equally compatible with the empirical data confirming the fact of evolution, they differ in terms of their internal coherence. This fact was pointed out primarily by two authors. The first was C.S. Lewis as the author of the so-called Argument from Reason against Naturalism, and the second is Alvin Plantinga as the author of the so-called Evolutionary against Naturalism. We do not have time here for the detailed analysis of the similarities and differences between the two arguments. I believe that in fact we are dealing with one argument which can be generally called the evolutionary argument from reason against naturalism. The main thesis of this argument is that the naturalistic account of the evolution of life on Earth, including humans, undermines the reliability of our cognitive faculties. This combination of the idea of evolution and naturalism, C.S. Lewis called the myth of evolution and distinguished it from the scientific theory of evolution, which is based on empirical data. Lewis considered the myth of evolution to be false, but not because it is a myth. He also considered Christianity to be a myth in a sense, only a true myth. The falsity of the myth of evolution, according to Lewis, was based on its internal logical difficulty. Unquote. The myth asks me to believe that reason is simply the unforeseen and unintended byproduct of mindless process at one stage of its endless and aimless becoming. The content of the myth thus knocks from under me the only ground on which I could possibly believe the myth to be true. If my own mind is a product of the irrational, if what seems my clearest reasonings are only the way in which a creature conditioned as I am is bound to feel, how shall I trust my mind when it tells me about evolution? Plantinga expresses this difficulty of naturalistic evolution as follows. The conjunction of naturalism with the belief that we human beings evolved in conformity with current evolutionary doctrine is in a certain interesting way self-defeating or self-referentially incoherent. Naturalism and evolution, NNE, furnishes a defeater for any belief produced by our cognitive faculties, including, in the case of one who accepts it, naturalism and evolution itself. Hence, its self-defeating character. According to Plantinga, and essentially Lewis, our cognitive faculties such as memory, perception, and reason cannot be considered reliable if one adopts the view that they are the product of completely undirected random process for which having true beliefs is irrelevant. This problem, as Plantinga points out, does not rise under the assumption of theism. Quote, I see no similar problem with the conjunction of theism and the idea that human beings have evolved in the way contemporary evolutionary science suggests. According to traditional Christian and Jewish and Muslim thought, we human beings have been created in the image of God. This means, among other things, that God created us with the capacity of achieving knowledge. It is precisely in this sense that the idea of theistic evolution is more rational than the idea of naturalistic evolution. The concept of theistic evolution is devoid of the internal logical difficulty that we encounter in the case of naturalistic evolution. Now we can come to the conclusion. We have omitted the detailed discussion of the evolutionary argument from reason against naturalism, which is the subject of extensive debate. I just wanted to draw attention to the important consequences that arise when we combine this evolutionary argument from reason against naturalism with the findings of contemporary philosophy of science regarding the relationship between empirical data, theories, and metaphysical claims. Theistic evolution not only has the advantage of being internally consistent with respect to the reliability of our cognitive faculties, but also provides a foundation for the cognitive value of scientific inquiry. In contrast, naturalism leads to a skepticism about the cognitive value of all knowledge, including scientific knowledge and the position of the naturalism itself. Therefore, given the empirical and, in this sense, scientific equivalence of theistic and naturalistic evolution, logical and philosophical considerations point to the superiority of the theistic view. In this sense, theistic evolution is a more rational concept than naturalistic evolution. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, so that was Piotr. And Piotr, are you with us right now?
Yes, hello.
Okay, yes, we can hear you crystal clear. So, some questions from the audience here. Chris, just please come, take a seat. Okay, now Piotr sees you.
Hi, Piotr. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Thank you very much for that. I have a question of personal curiosity. You quoted The Funeral of a Great Myth, and I would like to know when he wrote that. So my context for that is Lewis wrote the chapter on the self-contradiction of the naturalist in 1947 in his book on miracles. And then he made quite a radical revision to that chapter in the second edition of Miracles, called The Cardinal Difficulty of Naturalism. And I'm wondering when Lewis wrote The Funeral of a Great Myth. Was it after that or before? I just don't know.
You know what? I wonder too. And I tell you why I don't know. Because the funeral is a part of Christian reflections which were gathered by Walter Hooper. And in every paper there is with some kind of forward by Walter Hooper, and he mentions the date of the publication. And the funeral has no such information. So, so that's for me also very interesting because I made some research on this argument, and it's also important for me. When did he write it? And I don't know. I still don't know. Sorry for my answer.
No, that's even more interesting. Thank you. I will leave it there, but maybe let's be in touch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions here from the audience? Yes? Could you please take a seat? We have 3 dimensions here. People in here, people on WebEx, and people on YouTube, and we need to communicate efficiently. So now Piotr sees you, hears you.
So in this presentation, these 2 ideas were presented, naturalistic evolution and theistic evolution. But is there any empirical difference between these 2 concepts? Because if there is no empirical difference between them, then why should we make such difference here and draw conclusions from this difference?
Okay, thank you.
Well, yes, this is very interesting issue. I used the Gestalt suite picture of the duck and rabbit to introduce the idea of empirical equivalence of theistic and naturalistic vision of evolution. My presentation is makes sense when we assume that there is such empirical equivalence, but of course there are some approaches to evolution creation debate which try to show that there are empirical arguments for one or another version of the origin of life and species. At the moment, I'm inclined to what I said, that naturalism and theism are metaphysical options, and as such, they are empirically neutral, because whatever facts we can observe in nature, we can always accommodate it to the broader vision, to the broader meta-narratives, which are theism and naturalism. But I know that some creationists or proponents of intelligent design may find it disputable whether they are really empirically equivalent. That's what I could say.
Okay. Any more questions here in Krakow? Does the response satisfies you? Okay. Okay. Any questions from WebEx participants? People joining us online? We received one comment on YouTube, but I will read it only if there is no questions in here or in there. Okay. So Chris, again, this one is for you. But it turns out that I misrepresented this loss argument. So I will read it, okay, and you can just... Yeah, it's quite long. So, okay, the first is Plantinga and heart. But then it's, you got the loss argument wrong. It goes, Plantinga's argument requires, crucially, that there be no conceptual links between beliefs, content, and behavior of a sort that it's actually very plausible to suppose exist. Note that to suppose that there are such conceptual links, is not necessarily to suppose that content can be exclusively captured in terms of behavior of functional role, etc., in the way logical behaviorists or functionalists suppose. It turns out that if such conceptual link exists, then rather surprisingly natural selection will favor true belief even if belief content is epiphenomenal. So Plantinga is mistaken. Even if belief content has no causal impact on behavior, natural selection can still select for true belief. The EAN is therefore refuted. To resurrect the EAN, Plantinga would need to show that there are no conceptual links of the sort I envisage between content and behavior, links of a sort that, as I say, do seem to exist. Should I repeat?
Well, maybe I could clarify what my objection is to Plantinga's argument. And I think the merits of Plantinga's argument could be stated like this. P of R given E is low. Now, you find that claim in James Ladyman and Don Ross's book, Metaphysics Naturalized, Everything Must Go. They say Quine's hypothesis, right, might be sound. But they think that there's no reason to believe that our metaphysical beliefs are going to be, that natural selection gives any grounds to believe that our metaphysical beliefs, say about the existence of universals or such, will be selected for. And Ladyman and Ross basically say, yeah, so we should probably not believe that our metaphysical beliefs are true. They're probably not. Now there's a kind of version of a naturalistic reconstruction of what you might call an evolutionary argument against the reliability of our metaphysical beliefs. However, what's the difference between that and Plantinga's argument is the little conjunct and n. When Plantinga thinks there's this additional thing in the mix, well, what is it? And I have no doubt that I've misunderstood Stephen Law's objection, but my hunch is Stephen is absolutely right. I think there's several ways in which you could get content out of an evolutionary picture of the evolutionary story of brains, behavior, minds, and such. I'm inclined to think Daniel Dennett was the last of the logical behaviorists, so he's got a way of doing it. I'm inclined to think Cecilia Hayes has a way of doing it in Cognitive Gadgets. She actually quotes Aquinas, by the way. She's Dennett's student. Look, I'm not wedded to a particular view of natural selection. What I'm concerned about is the idea that Plantinga's thesis, namely that there's nothing like God, there's not only no God, but there's nothing like God, has any content at all. If you've got something that has that exists, that is what it is, then in that respect it's like God. God is and supposed to exist and be what God is. Anything that is self-identical, anything that is what it is, anything that has no beliefs, has a fortiori no false beliefs, and so in that respect is like God in that respect. So there's no conceivable possibility space where N will be playing any role at all in those inferences. And we can debate the kind of empirical soundness of Ladyman and Ross's hypothesis, but that would be a reconstruction of the merits of Plantinga's argument, or maybe the demerits of Plantinga's argument. It may be wrong. But I think there is something interesting to be discussed, the kind of thing that Stephen and this questioner are putting their finger on. What I don't think that is anything to do with what Plantinga means by naturalism. So forgive me if that's just more heat than light, but that's how I see it.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. Any more questions, comments? Yes, please.
Another question for Chris, actually.
Okay, just take a seat. Use microphone, please.
Right. I just wanted to ask you actually if you replace naturalism with atheism, would that resolve the lack of content? Some of the things you said about his actual semantics suggested to me that you might say, no, that wouldn't have content either. But I'm just wondering how exactly you thought that would go.
Well, that's a good question. And let me just think out loud about it. So Mike Ray does that move in his book, World Without Design. So Mike Ray doesn't think naturalism's the content of a belief. He gets close to that, but he calls it a research program. Can we do without these, whatever, I don't know how he cashes it out exactly, but when he treats Al's argument, he says, well, it's actually the evolutionary argument against atheism plus. Now, what would that do? First thing I'd say is that's not what Al claims to have, right? He doesn't claim to be having an argument against atheism. He claims to be having an argument against naturalism. And that stronger claim is the one I'm saying is absolutely impossible to make sense of. Now, what would happen if you did it on the atheism claim? Now, here's where I get a little bit weird, because I'm the kind of philosopher who thinks everything exists. And I find it very hard to understand people who don't think things exist. I struggle to believe that God doesn't exist. I struggle to make sense of anyone who thinks that anything doesn't exist. The question is, in what relation do we stand to the things that exist, right? Whether they're creatures of fiction or whether we depend on them or they depend on us. That's an interesting question. The question of whether God exists or not seems to me, I mean, God isn't a proper name like Dave, right? What kind of God are we talking about? I mean, and then we'd need to get into the properties of divinity and so forth. I think when Al, in his content and natural selection paper, adds in this third clause, he adds N3, what I call it, not just naturalism's the claim that there isn't a God or anything like God, or N3. If there is, this being plays no part in the causal working of the world. I think that's necessary to deal with the kind of David Lewis who thinks there are all these other gods. Now, the fact that the most prominent philosopher called naturalist of Plantinga's generation positively rejected every single one of the claims that Plantinga ascribed to naturalists should give us pause, I think, to think who on earth is Plantinga actually talking to. So I think Plantinga's right that naturalism excludes God, right? You can't be a naturalist without being an atheist. But Plantinga hasn't noticed, I think, that naturalism excludes everything, because everything is like God in some respect. Yeah.
So how about this as another alternative? Replace naturalism with the claim that there's no mind, no purposeful agent that is actually supervising the process of evolution, our evolution. So that seems to me would capture the moves that Plantinga wants to make. That seems relatively precise to me. I don't know, what do you think about that?
I mean, so this is where I guess we'd need to get into cases, right? You'd need to say, take someone like Philip Goff, right? He thinks there's a kind of thing called the cosmos, and the cosmos is kind of, in a kind of Dworkin sense, the goal of all things in some sense, and there's a teleological causation. Right. I mean, take Aristotle or Aquinas, all of these sorts of metaphysical views where there's inbuilt teleology. That's the kind of thing that Plantinga says, well, that wouldn't, it doesn't Plantinga say something like Plato's idea of the good is too much like God, and Aristotle's unmoved mover is too much like God, and you know, he's explicitly trying to get away from these things. I think you're right. You probably could make the claim precise, but he doesn't. Perhaps I'm missing something. I don't really have much more to say. I'm like a cracked record. But thanks. I wonder what Piotr thinks.
Anything more? Comments, questions, and most of all, critics? Okay. So I think that should be enough for now. The good news is that your lunch is already here, and so we can start lunch break. Now the lunch will be here.
while others do not.
Attributes atheism to Rovelli's physics, and these are some features of his theories that are highlighted in the quote.
Welcome everyone after lunch break. Now we're gonna continue our discussion on Christian philosophy and naturalism, and in this session entitled "Arguing About God," we are going to have two speeches, and one of them, the first one, is by Kenneth Donahue. Correct me if I misspell it, and who is a master's student at the University of Oxford, Faculty of Philosophy, St. Cross College. And as he describes himself, he's especially interested in arguments for theism and methodological aspects of naturalism. Today, Miles' talk will be on theistic multiverses and the fine-tuning argument. So Miles is with us online. Hello, Miles. Can you just welcome everybody?
Hello, everyone. Good to be with you, even if only virtually.
Okay. So in order to avoid any inconvenience regarding internet connection, we asked our online participants to record the lecture, and afterwards we're going to have a online discussion. So just to remind you, I will ask for the questions from the audience here physically in Krakow, and then for the questions from WebEx online participants, and also from people watching us on YouTube. You can type your question on YouTube chat, and then I will read this question for you, and hopefully you will receive satisfying answer. Okay, so now I think it's this one. Okay, so is it visible on WebEx?
It is for me, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna start with this presentation.
The universe appears to be fine-tuned for life. If the cosmological constant, the gravitational constant, the neutron to proton mass ratio, or even the irregularities in the distribution of matter and energy in the very early universe were different from their actual value by the tiniest amount, the consequences would be disastrous. Life could not evolve anywhere in the universe. So, why do they all fall into the narrow life-permitting range, particularly when it seems that they could have taken on a huge range of values? One answer is that an intelligent mind designed the universe so as to allow for life. This claim represents the core of what philosophers have naturally called the fine-tuning argument for theism, the FTA for short. But another answer, far more attractive to non-theistic scientists and philosophers, is the multiverse hypothesis. There are a huge number of universes within which these aforementioned constants of physics take on random values. If this collection is large enough, then it is not surprising that somewhere or other a life-permitting universe arose by chance alone. And crucially, we could not possibly have observed any other values for physics than those that allow for life, obviously enough. Given this huge collection and the relevant self-selection effect that we couldn't have observed any other values, we should not be surprised that our universe is fine-tuned for life. Michael Rota has argued, however, that even if we grant that a multiverse exists, one can still not avoid inference to a cosmic designer, because our life-permitting universe gives us reason to think that we exist within a theistic multiverse rather than a naturalistic one. Despite its promise for resolving the multiverse objection to the FTA, I will argue that Rota's argument fails. First, some stage setting is in order. The fine-tuning argument claims that the fact that an ever so slight change to the values of various features of physics would render the universe inhospitable to life is strong evidence for theism over naturalism. The principle of theory evaluation underwriting this chain of reasoning is the commonsensical claim that, quote, an observation E counts in favor of hypothesis H1 over H2 if the observation is more probable under H1 than H2. Naturalism and theism are two hypotheses. For naturalism, the likelihood of a fine-tuned universe is outrageously small, along the lines of 1 part in 10 to the 136th power. Theism, by contrast, makes a fine-tuned universe far more likely. Alvin Plantinga, expressing a common intuition, writes that the basic idea is that God would want there to be life, and indeed intelligent life with which or whom to communicate and share love. But then, if a fine-tuned universe is dramatically more probable given theism than naturalism, then the fact that there is a fine-tuned universe is strong evidence for theism over and against naturalism. That's the argument in a nutshell, anyway. The leading naturalistic or atheistic response to the FTA is the multiverse hypothesis. The dual claim that 1, there are numerous, probably infinite, universes besides our own, and 2, these universes all differ randomly in their fundamental physical features. Given both these propositions, it follows that somewhere in the collection of universes will by chance appear one that is fine-tuned for life. And of course, we could only exist in such a universe, so it is no surprise, given these two conditions, that we do in fact observe a fine-tuned universe. There's no need to posit some deeper explanation for these features of our universe, of our existence. Many philosophers grant that, at the very least, the multiverse hypothesis, if plausible, quote, mitigates the case for theism from fine-tuning by rendering it less quantitative. One might still make the argument that the multiverse itself requires fine-tuning in a more qualitative, rough and ready way. But philosopher Michael Rota makes the interesting case that even the multiverse hypothesis does not undermine the design inference from quantitatively precise fine-tuning. Rota maintains that a theistic multiverse would probably feature many life-permitting universes, while a naturalistic multiverse would house far fewer. The former claim is plausible given that, quote, since life is a good, any intelligent being has a reason to value it, and thus God would have some reason to create more of it. While the latter follows, given just how improbable such universes are via chance processes alone, 1 part in 10 to the 136th power, as we've seen. In an inflationary multiverse, for instance, quote, our universe could well be an island oasis in a gigantic but largely uninhabitable cosmic archipelago. And that's from Brian Greene. But if the two hypotheses have these differing implications about the ratio of life-permitting to life-prohibiting universes, then, quote, even if the existence of a multiverse is assumed, the fine-tuning argument still succeeds. Consider an analogy that I have simplified from Rota's work. There are 2 boxes in front of you, one with 99 white balls and 1 black ball, and one with 1 white ball and 99 black balls. The boxes are shuffled randomly. You then pull out a ball without looking inside. Opening your eyes, you see that the ball in your hand is white. With no other information, is it more likely that the ball came from the first box or the second? Well, the probability of drawing a white ball from the first is 99%, while it is only 1% for the second. The right inference to draw, then, is that the ball was almost certainly selected from the first box. Return to the multiverse. We observe a life-permitting universe. Does this universe feature as part of a grand theistic multiverse or a naturalistic one? Just like pulling a white ball from the box, we ought to infer that we are in a theistic multiverse. The upshot is that even if the multiverse explains fine-tuning in a sense, it does not avoid inference to a cosmic designer. Now, assessing Rota's argument requires answering 2 questions. First, would a high likelihood of a life-abundant multiverse given theism undercut the multiverse response to the FTA? And 2, does a life-abundant multiverse have a high likelihood given theism? The first question concerns the relevance of a particularly life-abundant multiverse, while the second concerns its likelihood. And we will look briefly at each of these questions in turn. With respect to that first question, one aims to determine if it is even relevant to consider theistic multiverses and their internal composition, at least so far as the FTA is concerned. Both a natural and a theistic multiverse make it likely that some universe or other will be fine-tuned for life, even if a naturalistic multiverse does not make it likely that this universe would be fine-tuned. But truly, all we need to explain is the former. Well, it turns out that assessing that particular issue immediately forces one to consider the enormously complicated debate surrounding the inverse gambler's fallacy and the principle of total evidence, whether our universe possesses its features essentially or not, and a slew of variations on the same basic thought experiment involving urns, balls, dice, and fish named Asha. And we don't have the space to assess those issues here. So I will just grant an affirmative answer to our first question. If the relevant likelihood is high, we would have a powerful reply to the multiverse objection. Still, is that likelihood high? Or non-negligible, I should say, at least not terribly unlikely. In unpacking the claim that God would likely create a life-abundant multiverse, it will be helpful to consider three distinct claims one might make in this context. One, the likelihood that God would create a fine-tuned universe is not terribly low. Two, the likelihood that God would create a multiverse is not terribly low. Three, the likelihood that God would create a life-abundant multiverse is not terribly low. The first claim lies at the heart of the FTA. Anthropic fine-tuning is far more likely conditional on theism than on naturalism. The second claim is more provocative. Given theism, it is not vanishingly unlikely that we ought to expect a multiverse. The third claim, though related to the second, is more ambitious. Not only can we say that God is not terribly unlikely to create a multiverse, we can go further and say with confidence that God is not terribly unlikely to create a multiverse filled with life from many universes in particular. Now, Rhoda will contend that claims 2 and 3 amount to the same thing because, quote, the reasons to create many universes that God would have are also reasons to think that a significant proportion of universes created by God would be life-permitting. I am not so sure, and I will draw attention to a few cases where an argument for 2 is not also an argument for 3. But nevertheless, the arguments for 2 and 3 focus in on a particular attribute of God that God by hypothesis possesses, and then argue that if God has that attribute, it is not unlikely that he would create a multiverse. That is, 1, God is X. 2, if God is X, it is not terribly unlikely that he would create a life-abundant multiverse. 3, therefore, it is not terribly unlikely that God would create a life-abundant multiverse. Premise 1 will usually follow from the definition of God as the greatest conceivable being, and we will just grant that premise in each of the arguments that follow. Looking at 2, there are basically 2 attributes thought to make this premise plausible, thought to fill in the blank for X. God's creativity and God's love. And there are others, but we only have time to look at those 2. In every case, it seems to me that the proffered reasons for accepting this premise display an unwarranted confidence in our ability to predict divine psychology, what God would or would not do in some circumstance. Consider appeals to God's creativity and limitless resources. Paul Draper writes that the existence of a multiverse given theism, quote, is high not because there is any independent evidence for it, but rather simply because a perfectly good God of limitless creative resources would be likely to create vastly many worlds, including magnificent worlds of great perfection, as well as good but essentially flawed worlds that are more in need of special providence. Similarly, Robin Collins contends that because God is considered infinite and infinitely creative, it makes sense that creation would reflect these attributes, and hence that physical reality would be much larger than one universe. But of course, from the mere fact that God could do X, it does not follow that God would do X, or that God would likely do X, or even that God would not be terribly unlikely to do X. God is omnipotent, and the range of his possible actions is infinite. Indeed, it seems to me that compared to true limitlessness, a single universe and a multiverse of any particular infinite extent or cardinality are equally insignificant. For any multiverse or possible created reality God could have fashioned, he could have made an even more expansive one. Against this ever-increasing list of possibilities, why should any particular multiverse or universe rank as more likely than a single universe? One might object that a principle of indifference would lead us to think that a multiverse of some extent or other is more likely than a single universe, given that there are infinite possible multiverses, I suppose, individuated by the number of universes they're in, but only one way of getting a single universe. Like, in other words, the number of numbers greater than 1 is infinite, but there's only one way to get 1, and that's just 1, roughly. However, applying a blanket principle of indifference to an infinite set of options leads to incoherence, as several philosophers have pointed out in the context of the normalizability objection to the FTA. So if one wants to press this kind of response, they'll have to do more work than just mentioning the principle of indifference. Turn then to considerations related to God's love. While Turner 2003 is clear that, quote, God is perfect, lacking nothing, and so God plus the universe is no better than God alone, nevertheless, he contends that God is a loving God, And while he does not need anyone to show his love to, nevertheless, his love leads him to create beings to show his love to. Now, the Christian theist, at any rate, will find this reasoning less than compelling because God is tri-personal and therefore can express his love without a created order. Now, Timothy O'Connor considers this objection, but argues that, quote, it is equally plausible that a natural impetus toward inward expression of divine goodness would be matched by an impetus to outward sharing of goodness with non-divine creatures. This argument strikes me as a remarkably thin reed upon which to base the relevant appeal to divine psychology, as Craig 2010 points out. Indeed, calling the intra-Trinitarian displays of love inward expressions is ambiguous. If the claim concerns the persons of the Trinity considered individually, it is incorrect. The proposal is not that the Son loves himself, but that the Son loves the Father loves the Holy Spirit, and so on. Thus, each person of the Trinity does indeed love outwardly. If the Trinity as a whole is in view, it is no longer clear that outward displays of goodness and love are necessary or likely from a tri-personal being, however necessary they might be for unipersonal beings like us. So, is there a general way in which all of these kinds of arguments go wrong? Well, while it seems right to think that if God existed, we ought to expect far more good in general to suffuse reality than if naturalism were true, because God is perfectly good, it is far less clear that we can claim of any particular good that if theism is true, we ought to ascribe a higher likelihood to that good than a likelihood given naturalism. There are just so many possible goods. Who are we to assess God's likely inclinations when faced with what is probably an infinite range of possible good things and good ends? Post in 2014 puts the point well, explaining that, quote, there are many different incompatible yet valuable states of affairs. Thus, unless we have some reason of dividing up the space of possibilities in a favorable way, it is doubtful that one can simply move from the value of a particular good to the judgment that theism predicts that particular good. It is for that reason, more than any other, that the above two sets of considerations fail to provide adequate reason to affirm premise 2 in the argument for a non-negligible likelihood of a multiverse, given theism. The implication of this final point is quite far-reaching, insofar as many theistic arguments rely on the implicit chain of reasoning, X is good, therefore God is not terribly unlikely to bring X about. They will fall prey to the same central failing as Rhoda's argument for thinking a multiverse likely if God exists. If unresolvable, this objection threatens to unseat a host of theistic arguments. Those from consciousness, the applicability of mathematics, psychophysical harmony, and so on. So perhaps this objection is not insurmountable, but I have yet to see an adequate response to it. There are at least two objections to my critique of the second step of Rhoda's argument that I will consider here. One way out would be to argue for some privileged status attaching to conscious life, such that we ought to ascribe it a higher likelihood than any other particular good. This is not an altogether implausible claim. Though writing in a much different context, William Rowe maintains that, quote, every intrinsic good necessarily involves conscious experience, and the highest intrinsic good human beings are capable of involves conscious experience of God. Similarly, Poston himself contends that the likelihood of God's bringing about some state of affairs is proportional to the amount of value it would realize, and that non-divine free creatures are far more valuable than any state of affairs not involving such creatures, other than divine free creatures. In general, it does seem difficult to conceive of something more intrinsically valuable than a person. I grant that. We might then infer that if theism were true, it would not be terribly unlikely that lots of people would exist, so that the realization of the highest intrinsic good, communion with God in a personal way, would be possible. But let me register three worries I have about this argument. First, even if it were true that every intrinsic good involves conscious experience, God himself is consciously aware of everything he creates, such that human perception of the relevant goods is not necessary to secure their status as good. So, for instance, if God created universes devoid of life but featuring the most exquisite beauty, that beauty would still be intrinsically valuable because God would certainly be aware of it. Second, it is far from obvious that intrinsically valuable states of affairs have to involve or entail conscious awareness. Would not a beautiful painting be just as beautiful if no one were around to perceive it? Third, even if we grant that more universes in a theistic multiverse would house life than compared to a natural one, it doesn't follow that more universes in a theistic multiverse would be life permitting. God can bring about life without making the universe life permitting in at least two ways. One, he could create immaterial life, angels and demons perhaps, without thereby having to secure a universe that can safely house physical life. Or secondly, given his omnipotence, he can even create physical life in a hostile universe simply by miraculously sustaining it in existence. And why should we think that these possibilities are any less likely than pursuing life in the conventional way of physicality in a life-permitting universe? It's not clear to me. Objection number 2, what I'm calling probabilistic coherence. One might further object that if we think good states of affairs in general have a higher likelihood on theism than naturalism, then we must, on pain of probabilistic incoherence, affirm that particular goods have a higher likelihood as well. Consider a simplified model, a toy model, if you will, of the possibility space of all possible, mutually exclusive states of affairs that might exist, were theism or naturalism true. If we adopt a Bayesian epistemological framework, the likelihood attaching to these states of affairs must sum to 1. Let us say that there are 5 good states of affairs and 5 bad ones. The likelihood of any particular state of affairs obtaining will be 1/10. And the likelihood of good ones, irrespective of the particular one that turns up, will be 1/2. Clearly enough. The probabilities here will function much the same as if we considered a 10-sided die, each side numbered 1 to 10. The likelihood of an even-numbered side obtaining will similarly be 1/2. But then consider theism, a worldview that, as we have granted, attributes a higher likelihood to good states of affairs than bad ones. We need not claim that bad states of affairs have 0 likelihood given theism, just that the likelihoods work out so that theism leads us to expect reality to skew towards good, while naturalism skews towards a more or less random assortment of goods and evils. And that much seems reasonable enough. If it really is the case that we ought to expect more goods on theism than naturalism, then theism must attribute a higher likelihood than 1/2 to goods in general. Theism in this case is like a biased die, say biased towards even-numbered sides. Let's stipulate for the sake of illustration that the likelihood of good states of affairs given theism is 9/10. How then are we to divide up this likelihood among the 5 particular possible goods? Well, if we have no reason to think God would prefer this or that good over any other, then a principle of indifference would lead us to divide 9/10 by 5, given that there are 5 possible goods. Thus, the likelihood of any particular good given theism is 9/50, or 0.18, 18%. But the likelihood of a particular good given naturalism was 0.1. Thus, the likelihood of any particular good given theism is higher than given naturalism. Whether we label that likelihood terribly unlikely or not, all that matters for Rhoda's argument is that the likelihood is higher given theism than given naturalism. Thus, if we grant that a life-abundant multiverse is good, then the likelihood of such a multiverse given theism will be higher than given naturalism. Despite the straightforward logic of this line of reasoning, it has a central failing shared by the first objection. If theism is true, then there are more possible goods than if naturalism is true. Roughly put, naturalism can only yield goods consistent with naturalism, obviously enough. But if theism is true, then non-natural or non-physical goods are realizable as well, in addition to all the natural ones. God can create immaterial realities, supernaturally infused physical realities, literally miraculous universes, and so on, along with all the attendant goods that are thereby realized. Think again of the dice analogy. It is not merely that theism biases the die towards even-numbered sides, but also that theism gives us a die with more even-numbered sides than does naturalism. So the simple probability argument above will not work. I obviously have no idea how many such goods this new possibility space opens up, but the crucial point is that it is up to Rhoda to establish that it is few enough that one can still make that can claim that the likelihoods all work out such that the likelihood of a particular good is greater than the likelihood given naturalism. I do not know of any way of arguing for that claim, and so I think that Rhoda's argument does not succeed. In short, while it is not clear to me that a high likelihood of a life-abundant multiverse given theism is relevant to the multiverse objection in the first place, it does seem clear that there's very little good reason to think that a life-abundant multiverse does have a non-negligible likelihood given theism. And that much, anyway, is enough to undercut Rhoda's argument for a theistic multiverse. The multiverse objection remains a problem for advocates of the fine-tuning argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thanks. Let me just stop sharing. Right. So, any questions to Miles? Any questions here on site? Yes, please. Please come, take a seat, take a microphone, just to make yourself visible to our speaker.
Great. Yes, great. Hi, Miles. Great paper. Rob Coons, University of Texas. I just wanted to ask you about the point that you conceded very early on, the relevance of the life abundant hypothesis. Could you explain a little bit why you think it's relevant? Because it strikes me that once you appeal to observer selection, then the relevant probability that we'll see a life-permitting universe in a multiverse is 1. And so I don't see how having a greater proportion of life-permitting ones would somehow increase the likelihood of that evidence.
Right. I don't know that it is relevant. It's just that as I was studying that step of the argument, it became very, very complicated. And so for the purposes of the presentation here, I decided, okay, I'll just grant that point and we can discuss this other material. But I'm currently thinking very deeply about how we should properly phrase the fine-tuning evidence in a Bayesian context where we are inferring to theism or a multiverse. What is the proper way to phrase the evidence? Because if the right way to characterize the evidence base is just that a life-permitting universe exists, or that some life-permitting universe or other exists, right, then both a theistic multiverse and a sufficiently large natural multiverse will give a probability close to 1, or just of 1 to that evidence. But if our evidence instead has to be the more specific claim that our universe, is life-permitting, then a natural multiverse will not raise that probability at all.
Right.
It will still be just as low as if there were a single universe. But in the theistic case, the situation isn't symmetrical because the way Rhoda frames it, we take the existence of our universe as given. We say it is part of this multiverse. Okay, if it's part of a theistic multiverse, what is the probability or likelihood that it would be life-permitting? Well, if a huge proportion of the multiverse, of a theistic multiverse, is life-permitting, then it's quite likely that this universe would be life-permitting. So for Rhoda's argument to work, he needs that more specific statement of the evidence, and he acknowledges that point. But he'll argue that it needs to be phrased that way. And in fact, that point that fine-tuning evidence has to be that this universe is fine-tuned is actually an independent objection to the multiverse hypothesis. It's this universe objection.
Right.
That a multiverse hypothesis does nothing to explain or make probable the fine-tuning of our universe. Right, and of course, then many people disagree and says it doesn't need to explain our particular universe. But it's very complicated.
Right, exactly. But just to follow up, it does seem to me that either his objection is irrelevant or redundant, so to speak, right? Because if the relevant question is what's the probability that this universe is life permitting, then we don't need Rhoda's hypothesis. We just dismiss the multiverse right away. It doesn't do any good at all. We might as well just stick with a single universe.
I think he would explain his presentation of the fine-tuning argument as you begin with the fine-tuning, and either there is one universe or there is a multiverse. And then if there's one universe, you run the conventional fine-tuning argument. Yeah. And then his point is that even if there is a multiverse, we still have a chain of reasoning that connects you to the design inference. Good. So he would just say, we win either way.
I see. All right, great, thanks.
Thanks, Rob.
Any questions? Yes, please. We have a lot of time. We have all the time in the world for the questions. and all the time in the multiverse as well. So.
Hi, Miles. Thanks for that paper. Finley from Canterbury Christ Church University. I'm just interested if you've given any thought to how a multiverse fine-tuning argument might tie in with an Everettian multi-worlds account. Does that change the maths and the probability? Does it make it more likely? I don't know, it feels like there might be something interesting in that space.
Not specifically in this context, but I've been thinking about how the many worlds of Everettian mechanics would relate to this picture of a theistic multiverse in a slightly different context. And it's not clear to me how the many worlds of quantum mechanics relates to fine-tuning in the first place, because I don't know that the branching of worlds in this quantum scheme has any direct bearing on whether or not the constants of physics vary in the right kind of way in this proliferating quantum multiverse. I don't know. I don't know the physics well enough to comment on that. I know that I think Max Tegmark gave an explication of the idea where if symmetry breaking occurs in the very early universe, and if that's what sets the constants in their particular values, then there will be a branching event where all particular symmetry breaking points are realized in the quantum multiverse. And so in that case, you do get a realization of all possible values. And so maybe then you could run the same kind of multiverse explanation. But if that's the case, if it's just the conventional multiverse explanation, then Rhoda's line of response will be no different. Rhoda's argument will stand or fall independently of Everettian quantum mechanics, it seems to me.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Jacek? Just one more here.
Hello, my name is Jacek from University in Krakow. When I think about such discussions on physical theories, like theory of multiverse and so on, I'm just wondering whether the problem is with the notion of creation. What does it mean to be created or to create? You used the word creation a lot of times, and that God creates something, right? But actually, the word creation comes from another area of discourse. I mean, that's a theological notion. But you apply this to the reflection on physical theory of multiverse. That's a physical theory, right? A hypothesis, let us say, more than theory. So for me, such discussion is actually a problem of the notion what we mean by to create, right? How we understand the concept of creation, and when we spell out clearly what we mean by that, I think many problems could be solved, right?
So I'm so sorry. It's very hard to hear you. I think the connection is poor. So I haven't even quite caught the question yet, and I don't think it's a problem on your end. It's just not coming through.
Should I repeat?
So if you, yeah. So just very succinctly and loudly, what was the question?
Right, the question concern. Maybe I will use the microphone. This one. So the question concerned the notion of creation, right? That's I think that in such kind of discussions, the main point is how we understand to create, right? Creation or to create, it is a theological, of course, term. You don't use this term in physics when you discuss physics, but still, when you are clear about this notion, I think many of the problems the philosophers of physics have could be solved, or right when you spell out exactly what you mean by this word. Okay, that's. Could you comment on this? Don't you think that that's the problem of how we understand the to be created?
Well, I don't know that we have to commit to a particular view of the way in which God creates these universes within a theistic multiverse. But it does seem right to me that insofar as we think that we're just kind of taking the conventional scientific account of a multiverse, say an inflationary multiverse or the landscape multiverse or the many worlds of Everettian mechanics, and then we tack on the claim that God directly or miraculously brings about more life-permitting universes than you would otherwise get from just a randomized process. Well, then in that case, it looks like you can't avoid miraculous universe creation, or at least God's utilizing, say, the inflationary process, but supernaturally directing it in certain ways. Beyond that, I think that if you make the hypothesis even more general, and you say that each universe, that say the entire inflationary multiverse that scientists discuss is just one universe in this very broad metaphysical model, then I think your options are open at that point, but it gets more complicated than when trying to compare the relevant probabilities. Because in the context of naturalism and a multiverse and the probability of a life-permitting universe, you are dealing in that more restricted context of a scientific account of a multiverse. So I don't know that I've answered your question, but it seems to me that there's a strong likelihood that you will have to invoke miraculous intervention unless you're postulating a scientific account of a theistic multiverse, and that would be tough to do.
Okay, thank you.
Right. We have two more questions on YouTube, but first let me ask if we have any questions from WebEx participants. So maybe I will read these questions. Only two. So Miles, the first one is rather simple. Sorry, I didn't catch that. What does analogy to two boxes with 91 to 1 white-black balls refers to?
Right. So the analogy was to a natural multiverse versus a theistic multiverse. And in a natural multiverse, you would expect relatively few life-permitting universes. In a theistic multiverse, you would expect a lot of life-permitting universes. So then the analogy is, quite simply, to box 1 and box 2. In box 1, you have 1 white ball and 99 black balls. In box 2, you have 1 black ball and 99 white balls. And so then when the boxes are shuffled and you don't know where the ball is drawn from, but a ball is drawn, 1 ball, and it's a white ball, should you infer that it's from the box of predominantly white balls or the box of predominantly black balls? And it seems pretty clear that with no other information, you should infer that it was drawn from the box that had predominantly white balls in it. Well, if that's the case, if the logic of that inference is sound, then we should do the same thing when we observe or draw a life-permitting universe. We see that we are in a life-permitting universe, and that should lead us to conclude that we are in the metaphysical box that is predominantly life-permitting universes. That is to say, a theistic multiverse.
Okay. So one more questions from the chat. Isn't that fallacious to infer that something is more likely to exist because it creates more chances for good things to be possible? Isn't that a wishful thinking? Is it understandable?
Well, I don't think it's wishful thinking, because we're just talking about we're not trying to say that something exists because it would be good if it existed. Rather, we're saying, what is the likelihood, what is the likelihood that a good thing would exist if theism were true? And that's not wishful thinking. That's just conceptual analysis of what God as a perfectly good being would likely do. And so it's about a hypothetical claim rather than a claim about what actually exists. It's saying, if we grant that there is a perfectly good God, what kind of reality could we expect such a being to create? And Rhoda's claim is that the likelihood of a good theistic multiverse is not terribly low if theism is true. And wishful thinking would involve a claim like, well, it would just be great if God existed, so he probably does. That would be wishful thinking, but of course that's not the kind of claim we're making.
Okay, thanks a lot. So in case of no more questions, we will move to our next speech, and there will be also a chance to have questions after it, also to Miles. So Miles, please stay with us. Maybe there will be some more questions. Okay, so now our next speaker, actually speakers, are Margherita Moro and Luca Gasparinetti. They are both students at Università della Svizzera, Italiana. Sorry for mispronunciation. And they research interest on metaphysics of science, with particular interest in the philosophy of time. So today's talk is entitled Assessing the Atheism of Relational Quantum Mechanics, which sounds promising. So I see Margherita is with us. Hello, Margherita. Can you just say hello to everybody?
Hi, everyone. Luca could not make it. He apologizes, but he's quite sick, ill at the moment, so I'm here.
Okay, it's good to have you here. So we will start with the presentation of Margherita and Luca, and then we will have some questions. Okay.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here today. As you can see on the screen, Margherita and I will talk about atheism in relational quantum mechanics. The main motivation for this talk is a quotation taken from a paper on the metaphysical challenges of Rovelli's physics, written by an Italian professor called Calamari, who wrote that the conclusion of the present paper will be indeed a rejection of the very foundation of this neo-Aristotelian view. For such authors, a substance is an ontologically independent entity, that is to say, something that doesn't depend upon anything other than itself. God is, of course, the traditional case in point here. And it continues, according to Rovelli's radical relationalism, the metaphysical view that loop quantum gravity and relational quantum mechanics suggests is that no such ontologically independent entities exist, from which, not surprisingly, also follows Rovelli's avowedly atheist view. For, fundamentally, there are only quantum events as the outcome of interacting processes. Motivated by this quotation, this paper aims to attempt to formulate a possible argument behind Calamari's claim to assess the atheism of Rovelli's physics. So, to that end, here is the structure of this talk. First of all, we will make some methodological considerations about the metaphysics and physics of God. Then we will turn to the metaphysical part of the talk, where we try to establish the link, as we believe that Calamari does, between God and monism. Then we will turn our focus on relational quantum mechanics, namely to the physics part and monism. And finally, we will conclude with an assessment of the argument presented by Calamari and in general of the question of the existence of God in Rovelli's physics. So let's start with some methodological considerations. So throughout the history, we all know that philosophers have always been influenced by their scientific view of their time, and in particular, also philosophical accounts of God have been influenced by such theories. To make an example, consider that space and time in Newton's philosophy are considered the sensoria Dei. So as far as Christian philosophy and naturalism are concerned, here we believe we will assume, along with Calamari, that the problem of the existence of God can be assessed in the context of a naturalized philosophy. And in particular, we believe that in the context, we frame our discussion in the context of the metaphysics of science, where metaphysics should be informed and guided by our best scientific theories. And so, given this backdrop, we assess the metaphysics of God in light of Rovelli's physics. And this is, we believe, what Calamari does in his quotation. So let's now turn to the metaphysical part of the talk and try to establish the link between God and monism, as we shall see. So let's recall Calamari's quote. For the Aristotelian, a substance is an ontologically independent entity. That is to say, something that doesn't depend upon anything other than itself. God is, of course, the traditional case in point here. So it's clear that we all know that there are many metaphysical accounts of God, from monism to pantheism, dualism, panentheism, and so on. And here it's clear that Calamari is pointing towards a very specific account of God, namely the Aristotelian account, according to which God is an Aristotelian substance. So given this assumption, given this consideration, rather, this seems to point towards monism, as we shall see. So to make this consideration, we should first better understand what an Aristotelian substance is, and to that end, we will consider Schaffer, and in particular his what grants what. So Aristotle's notion of substance developed in the categories is multifaceted, but perhaps the core notion is that of a basic, ultimate, fundamental unit of being. So from this quotation, the Aristotelian substance is an ontologically independent entity, as written by Calamari, and it is the basic, ultimate, fundamental unit of being. But if we apply this notion to God, we obtain, obviously, a version of monism. And monism is basically the view that there is only one fundamental entity, namely God. In contemporary analytic metaphysics, we can find two different versions of monism, called, on the one side, existence monism, the view that there is only one fundamental entity and there are no derivative ones. And the other one is priority monism, namely the view that there is only one fundamental entity and there are derivative ones. So in this case, we should understand God as the ultimate fundamental unit of being that exists independently of any other things. And according to existence monism, it should be the only existing thing. As far as priority monism is concerned, we should understand God as the fundamental entity, with the possibility that there are also other entities that derives from God. So by taking in consideration Schaffer on what grants what, we should understand that the Aristotelian substance has to be linked with priority monism. So here is Schaffer. On Aristotle's view, metaphysics is the discipline that studies substances and their modes and kinds by studying the fundamental entities, and one depends on them. The task of metaphysics is to say what grants what. That is, the neo-Aristotelian will begin from a hierarchical view of reality ordered by priority in nature. And he continues by stating that the primary entities form the sparse structure of being, while the grounding relation generates an abundant superstructure of posterior entities. So the primary is, as it were, all God would need to create, in this case, God itself, and the posterior is grounded in, dependent on, and derivative from it. So the task of metaphysics is to name this structure. So here it's clear that, or rather it seems to point towards an understanding of God in terms of priority, in terms of priority monism, not existence monism. So let's now build the bridge from metaphysics to physics. So to that end, let's recall Calamari's view of God, according to which God is the ultimate neo-Aristotelian substance and is an ontologically independent entity. And God, in terms of priority monism, is the single fundamental entity from which the others derive, from cats, tables, and so on and so forth. So it's crucial to note that if you want to, that our metaphysical inquiries, investigations, to be guided by our scientific theories, we find a link between priority monism in metaphysics and priority monism in physics. As stated by Calosi, quantum mechanics is often said to favor monism, and it's a substantive question which variant of monism it favors, if any. So in this context, it's crucial to note that interpretations matter, because some interpretation of quantum mechanics seems to support monism, and this is the case, for instance, of Bohmian mechanics and many words, while others do not. And this is the case for Rovelli's physics. Indeed, the relational quantum mechanics interpretation seems to reject priority monism, as suggested, for instance, by Dorato and Morganti.
Okay, so let's start from where Luca left us and delve into the relationship between relational quantum mechanics and priority monism. To this end, let's go back to our first quote, where we can see the reasons for which Calamari attributes atheism to Rovelli's physics. And these are some features of his theories that are highlighted in the quote, namely the radical relationism, the fact that according to the ontology of the theories, there are no ontologically independent entities, and that fundamentally there are only quantum events. And Calamari also takes into consideration relational quantum mechanics. So this is why, in the attempt to formulate and evaluate an argument behind Calamari's claim, we will take into consideration relational quantum mechanics. And the guiding question for the following will be of whether priority monism and relational quantum mechanics are indeed compatible. So let's introduce the main tenets of relational quantum mechanics. As for its ontology, it has been regarded as best compatible with two frameworks, which are different but compatible. The first is an event-based or flash ontology, in which the fundamental structure is one of local events in space-time that correspond to interactions between physical systems. And the other is metaphysical coherentism, in which there are mutually ontologically independent entities and properties. Already from these two frameworks, it is prima facie visible that relational quantum mechanics may not be compatible with priority monism. For example, metaphysical coherentism doesn't allow for a hierarchical structure which priority monism requires. So for the following, I just want to put out a disclaimer, which is that observer doesn't make any reference to consciousness or human observers, but rather refers to any possible physical system with more than one state. So let's go to relational quantum mechanics, and let's introduce the scenario, the paradox that first motivated Rovelli in formulating the theory. So this is Wigner's friend scenario, in which we consider a set of events, call it E, which is described by two different observers, call them Wigner and friend. So the set of events is the situation in which Wigner measures a variable, call it Q, on a system, call it S. Q is a variable of the system that can take only values 1 or 2. The important thing is that can take only a finite number of values. So at T prime, the system is in a generic normalized state, and both Wigner and friend have this information. This is a superposition state. The important thing to know is that this is a state that describes a system which has no individual definite value for some variable. In this case, this variable is Q. So in the interval between T prime and T2, Wigner measures variable Q on system S. And he will describe the set of events as one that goes from the system S being in a superposition state, from the system having a determinate value for variable Q, say Wigner measures 1 at T2. But friend, according to the formalism of quantum mechanics, will give a different description of the same set of events. Namely, he will describe the measurement made by Wigner as a correlation, which makes the system S correlated, indeed, with Wigner at T2. So instead of having one single value for the variable Q at T2, S will be in a more complex superposition state, in which it is correlated also with the measurement device used by Wigner. So this is just to point out that the standard formalism of quantum mechanics seems to give an incoherent, seems to allow for incoherent descriptions of the same set of events. And Rovelli's solution to this problem has been to relativize the descriptions to each observer. So he claims that we can say that the system S is in state A relative to Wigner and in state B relative to friend. And this has been regarded as a coherent description, a coherent solution, which preserves objectivity. In fact, Dorato and Morganti write that objectivity can be re-established when Wigner and friend correlate their descriptions to their different observations. So this means that when Wigner and friend interact and communicate their relative results, they will agree with each other as to what is the correct description of the other observer. And the thought is that Wigner and friend correlate and become subsystems of a more composite system, and their descriptions become relational properties of the composite system that they make up. But recently it has been pointed out that this clashes with some other tenets of relational quantum mechanics and gives rise to a problem on which our argument relies. So the solution for intersubjectivity is not so simple as we've seen, because the claim that the description can be recovered clashes with one of the main tenets of relational quantum mechanics, namely the fact that there is no physical meaning to the state of an isolated system. So even the more composite system made by Wigner and friend could not have an absolute property, because their property should be relativized to a further observer, and so on. So this is called the unrestricted iteration principle. And in Rovelli's words, this means that relativity iterates, and so the above observation triggers an infinite regress that prevents us from making any meaningful absolute statement about what is the case. And this is a very radical feature of the theory that has been pointed out recently and causes an infinite regress of properties and states. So let's conclude by comparing Calamari's view of God and what emerges from relational quantum mechanics. So we've seen that for Calamari's Neo-Aristotelian notion of substance, the God is the ontologically independent entity and the single fundamental entity. On the other hand, for relational quantum mechanics, there is no system to which we can ascribe an absolute state, and therefore there is also no independent entity, because no entity can be described or defined or acquire a property without another entity. So these elements point towards an incompatibility of priority monism and relational quantum mechanics. So let's conclude and mention a couple of open questions to the comparison. So if our methodological premises are accepted, it seems that prima facie relational quantum mechanics and God, interpreted in terms of priority monism, are incompatible. However, there are some problems, among which the iterativity that we pointed out and solutions internal to relational quantum mechanics that seem to open the possibility of a new comparison with the monistic framework. For example, one could introduce cross-perspective links, which is a recent modification of the theory by Adlam and Rovelli. And in this case, relational quantum mechanics would be compatible with a fundamental determinate ontology of quantum events that are absolute. On the other hand, there is still space to evaluate the possibility of self-measurement. And this would arguably block the regress, because it would allow to attribute definite properties at least self-relatively, and at least for what concerns the largest object, which is the universe. So I will leave you with this image, which tries to picture Wheeler's proposal of a participative universe, which indeed observes and measures itself. And I will thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will start with the questions on site. Yes, please, could you please come here, take a seat. Here's the microphone. Here's Margherita.
Yeah, thank you for our lecture, but I should like to see again the operators of the Wigner and Friends, that slide. I should like to see it again, because I have some questions about that.
Okay, should I put it on, or
yes,
can the
yes,
organizers?
please.
Okay, wait. Just a second, sorry, I was not prepared to share the slides.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
We have time.
Try share button.
Yeah, I'm not sure which page I should share, but let's try with this. And now,
Okay, we can see your screen, but
great.
with WebEx so far.
Okay, no slides at the moment. Okay,
Yes, thank you.
I will try with another screen.
Take your time.
Maybe now?
Yes, just put it on the full screen.
Okay, good.
Okay. Okay.
Are you seeing the slides?
Yes, yes, we do.
Good. Perfect.
If you want to have a bigger picture, it's
Yes, okay, but I'm waiting.
Okay, so yeah, here it is.
Thank you. I have some technical questions. First of all, the creator and the creation operator A and B, on which ensemble of states are they working? Because I didn't understand that. What is representing one and what is representing two? Is it something like spin up, spin down, or?
Yeah, so the vectors 1 and 2 should represent something like the property of having spin up or spin down.
Yeah.
And alpha and beta are the probabilities, what is usually interpreted as the probabilities of having one.
Okay, then I have another question. The alpha and the beta, are there operators who are commutative or anti-commutative?
I think I'm not sure in this specific case. So in this specific case, I think they can be interpreted as both because we don't. Yes, like I mean, it doesn't really matter for the paradox whether the two variables are correlated or anti-correlated.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. But who do you think so that in case that they are commutative or anti-commutative, that in fact that will be change your conclusions?
Okay, commutative or anti-commutative, non-correlated, anti-correlated. Yeah, just give me a second to think about it. I think they are not commutative, but maybe you can help me and understand what would be the other conclusion.
Okay, because we don't have to enter here to in technical discussions about that. Because when you are applying that to the states that is, or representing the dynamics of the universe, then they are at the same time they are commutative and anti-commutative. And I should like to know in that case that it should change your conclusions about PM or EM. That I should like to know. You don't have to give me the answer now, but just to think about that.
Okay, sorry. My conclusions about. Could you repeat?
This in that case your conclusion about monism is that can that be changed because when you have at the same time A and B are commutative or anti-commutative?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I would think about it. Maybe if we can share emails then through the organizers, we can keep in touch.
Yeah, this is what I would like to propose.
Yeah, I know, but it's just a suggestion because I want to discuss personally in that case. I have a second question that about your definition of Flash ontology. You say events in space and time, but what is going first, space and time, and then the events, or vice versa? By some theories, in some cosmology, the events are prior to space and time, and other ones, well, they say space and time is a priori to the events. What do you think about that?
So I think if we stick to the specific context of non-relativistic quantum mechanics, and in specific, like relational quantum mechanics specifically, then the space and time are just the Newtonian containers.
Okay, thank you. So priori.
But if we want to merge relational quantum mechanics with the other part of Rovelli's physics, which is loop quantum gravity, then space and time don't really exist at a fundamental level. There are just spin networks and vague properties reconducible to space and time. And so in that case, I think events come first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Any more questions? Yes, please. Okay.
May I? Yeah, I'm Christian. Hello, thank you for your talk. Very interesting, but I want to make you aware of one aspect in the context of the definition of substances in Calamari. It is not standard. Perhaps in some sense neo-Aristotelian, but not standard Aristotelianism. It reminds me more of Spinoza. And the crucial point is the very strong and absolute independence criteria. That we find in Spinoza. Substance is that what exists in itself, what is cause of itself, and can be known by itself. This is a very strong version of independence criterion of substance that only God can fulfill it, of course. But this is a terminological trick. I think also Schaffer is referring to that. And of course, from these strong independence criterion, this very strong definition of substance, that kind of monism is implied, as you pointed out. And it's very easy to do away with substances when you have such a strong version of it. I just want to make you aware that in neo-Aristotelian standards, analytic metaphysics, we can also find alternatives, starting with a more moderate form of independence criterion, that substances are entities which do not depend in the existence of entities of other categories, for instance. Then you can have a substance ontology taking substances as complete individuals of our everyday life. It makes I just want to make you aware that you presuppose a very special and implausible concept of substances that makes it easier to do away with them, also for a background of quantum physics.
Thanks. I'm afraid I cannot really go against this. I agree, and I think the idea was to put together the notion of Aristotelian substance with priority monism, and then regard God as fundamental entity, which also satisfies the notion of substance. And yes, we thought that we are not experts in this field, so we thought to relying on Schaffer, but maybe you say he's not the. We thought it was like the main tenet, like he had the main tenets on this, but okay, then we have to look more into that. And
Hoffman, Rosenkrantz, or Jonathan Lowe, Peter Simons, early Peter Simons.
Okay.
But Catherine Kotlicki, but I just wanted to make you aware that it's not wrong what you're saying, but it relies on very strong presuppositions concerning the definition of substance.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, we have Robert. Would you like to ask your question?
Hi, Rob Kuhns again from University of Texas. So I guess I'm going to defend Schaffer's view of substance and sort of press you from the other direction, perhaps. So given Schaffer's idea of substance as something that's independent, what he means there, of course, is that its existence is not grounded by something else, but it could be caused by something else. So on Schaffer's view, if something's not a substance, if it's not independent in that sense, then it's not an addition to reality, so to speak. Right? It's something that's, it doesn't add anything to reality, right? So if you took Schaffer's picture and adopted his priority monism and identified God with the one substance, then you've got pantheism, basically, simple pantheism. Only God is real. Everything else is just a kind of, well, not even a manifestation of God, just an aspect of God, right? So on classical theism, if you try to merge, let's say, classical, like Thomistic theism with Schaffer, right, the result would be that God would not be the only substance. Actually, some question whether he's a substance at all, but let's grant that he's a substance. You and I and other sort of ordinary things would also be substances, right? Because when God creates the world, he adds to reality, right? We're causally dependent on God, we're not grounded by the existence of God. So I think you're conflating theism here with priority monism in Schaffer would be a mistake. You're sort of confusing theism with pantheism, would be my argument.
Okay, I think I have to think more about it, but I'm not sure whether the distinction between existence monism and priority monism was clear, and if this, even making this distinction and only sticking to priority monism, where derivative entities are still allowed in the ontological catalog, will make the situation different for you.
So, I mean, think of the relationship between a donut and a donut hole, right? A donut hole would be a kind of thing that's not a substance because its existence is completely grounded in the donut, right? But we don't want to think of the creation as just a donut hole and God is the donut, right? We don't want to think that God is the only real thing and we're simply an aspect of his being or something.
Yeah, sure. Like, our aim was not to go in the pantheism direction, but to just talk about what is fundamental. So, of course, the priority monism of Calamari for us was meant as God is the fundamental entity, but other substances can be grounded in God and they can exist. But if you say this is not possible with our assumptions, then we have to look into that.
I think maybe one more way. There's two notions of fundamentality here that have to be distinguished, right? Causally fundamental and metaphysically or grounding-wise fundamental, right? So God, all theists would agree that God is causally fundamental. He's not causally dependent on other entities, right? But we would not agree, at least I would not agree, that God is the only metaphysically fundamental entity, as though I don't have an existence. My existence is obviously causally dependent on God, but my existence is not simply grounded in God's existence, his eternal, unchanging existence. He has to cause things in order to create a world, things that are distinct from himself, things that are not metaphysically grounded in his own being. So I know it's a side issue for y'all. It's not really the main question about relational quantum mechanics, but I just think it will help you in designing this paper to get this part right, so to speak.
No, it helps a lot. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, please.
Hi, thanks for a really interesting paper. It kind of builds on Rob's comment, but from a slightly different direction. I think the minute you go down a priority monism route, you're at risk of pantheism anyway. I think it's a massive challenge. But I was wondering if you'd had any thought about how your priority monism or the relational quantum mechanics relates to an ontology such as ontic structural realism. So people like Michael Esfeld talk about quantum mechanics pointing towards a ontic structural realism, where our challenge that we have is that we're trying to say that there are relations and things that stand in those relations that are completely independent. What Esfeld argues is that they're co-ontologically interdependent, so that you cannot have the relator without the relations and vice versa. I was wondering if that, because I don't know relational quantum mechanics well enough, I didn't know if there was a connection to be made or a conversation to be had between that, your model of quantum mechanics, and that as an ontology, which might be more profitable than trying to look at sort of straight priority monism, potentially.
Right, thank you. So yes, there have been some readings of the ontology of relational quantum mechanics based on OCR, ontic structural realism, and I don't know, I can send you references of those if you want. They have undergone some critiques, and I think the main one is that there should be a structure that is fundamental and is absolute in some way, and this doesn't fit anyways with the project of relational quantum mechanics. So they want to go more radical and talk about events that are more futile, ontologically speaking things. And sorry, I'm being a bit vague on that. But what I wanted to say is that on the paper we mentioned where the relativity is pointed out of 2024 this year. So there is this distinction between a relational view of relational quantum mechanics and a perspectival view of relational quantum mechanics. And the infinite regress afflicts them, but the perspectival interpretation seems to fare better with the regress. At least there are already metaphysical pictures, perspectival realism, fragmentalism eventually, that can fit with that framework, while the relational view seem to be less fit for the iterativity principle, because there's a one web of relations and it's not clear how that could work. So the theory has been modified to maintain the relational character and maybe also reestablish a kind of structural realism and be less radical in respect to the iterativity. And that was the work of Adlam and Rovelli from 2020.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it'd be really good to get in touch and find out about how those have linked. So I will follow it up over email. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Any more questions to Margherita? Or also any more questions to Miles, to the previous presentation? Okay. Right, so thank you for this session. We're gonna continue in this big room after coffee break, and the coffee break actually could start now, and it's at 4:30. Yeah, 4:30. We're gonna continue on this big room with just one lecture, so it's the end of the parallel session. Okay. Yeah, discussion. Okay. Okay. So thank you for this session. Thank you for the wonderful talks and inspiring questions. And I'll see you around.